Prologue. Handwritten note. Butcher.
ค่ะค่ะอืม
Collide. The ruined painting hangs askew over. Her string of expletives merge toward where it joins the back of the. You can make out a few of the lyrics through the paper-thin wall tops that we could.
Comes closer, his reflection drawing to a halt in the periphery. I don't take my eyes from my ruined face.
I'll get Rose to help you.
No, I whisper. Tears gather on my lash line despite my best effort to keep them at bay. You. Rowan doesn't move for a moment that feels stretched thin. When he approaches, he stops behind me. The weight of his gaze so heavy on my reflection that I can feel it through the glass.
Beautiful.
An incredulous laugh that sounds more like a sob escapes my lips. I look like shit, I say as the first tear falls. I know I shouldn't care as much as I do. It's only temporary. In a few weeks, this will be nothing more than a memory, probably even a funny one. But the problem is I do care, no matter how hard I try not to. Maybe I'm just tired from the pain and the stress and the hours on the road. Or maybe it's just hard to see that my vulnerability isn't just trapped on the inside, it's staring out at the world in full color. It's staring at him.
You're beautiful to me.
Rowan says. He reaches from behind me to chase the tear from my skin with his thumb. The next pass of his caress follows the swoop of the bruise beneath my eye.
That color right there. How many things can you think of that are that color? It's rare.
He grazes my bruise again. 16.
I make introductions.
But he's a
Cursive script says